He didn't come to pray, he came to sleep.
He's asleep.
Hi, Rabbi, how are you? Good.
And Rabbi, you say hello to everybody?
Yes.
Rabbi
Cousin,
Chazan,
you know you're an important man.
Kohen.
I'm just going out to see Will at 4:30.
Ooh, we have delivery.
Thank you.
It's another thing we have to know
Yeah.
for.
Who's driving a gray BMW SUV? The lights
For
up.
sale?
No, the lights up.
The lights are on.
You're not
Nobody
going
showed up?
for Gets?
He's the second one? The second or third one?
It's a BMW.
So,
But I already,
the plan was
he's not giving the
retiring
same
2
as he
years
did
ago.
last year, which was.
No, this year's on
Then we
the
just settled our
This year,
contract.
he's calming down.
So,
It's
very
what it
amicable.
is.
It makes him feel really, he
I
really
saw what my
relishes
salary
in
is for the next 2 years.
in
That
the
stupid
provocative.
meeting to see.
It's 8 o'clock.
He was very good, almost as good as you.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening.
Was like crazy.
But I really enjoyed last
Great,
year.
because it'll help my.
I know what time it
Oh,
is.
thank you.
Yes, it was very good.
See how I do this?
Another year plus what the average of the last 3 will be.
Chag Sameach, everyone.
Hot
Chag
Sameach.
Good, John, because I have to be
Chag
different.
Sameach. Glad to see everybody. And we welcome you this evening. We're going to turn now in our Siddurim to page 1. As we begin, we call on the cantor to lead us in the Mincha service. Page 1 in your Siddurim.
Teilat Anaida Verti, Vivarek Havasa Shinkat Venavet, Vahinare Varapia, Miatadar Hallelujah. Ikadami Kadash Merabai, Yamadi Rakia Teli Hapote, Kayichan Mekhan, Chayde Chobe Israel, Bagala Bizman Karim Ruame. Yibarach Yishlach Mifar V'Tam Yaseh V'Hadav Yisrael Yitzav Shmir Gutshab L'Rehu Leil Avika V'Chata V'Shiva V'Chata V'Chamata Damira V'Hama V'Mraveh Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu V'Hem Otinu Avram Le'Sam Le'Yaakov Ayad V'Nadiva V'Ara Elayim V'Chasim V'Yakov V'Zorech V'Yakov V'Nevihem V'Nasham Yaakov V'Chasem Hashem Agnein Baruch Atah Adonai V'Magi Abraham Atah Gibor V'Yomam V'Chaim B'Yitzim Adonai V'Oshem V'Chakal Chayim V'Chased V'Chayim V'Tin V'Chayim Rabir Segna Fnei V'Cholim V'Mati Asherim V'V'Chayim V'Nadam V'Shapar V'Chamocha V'Gevrot V'Mitam Halav V'Chayim V'Chayim V'Matiach Yeshua V'Never Atach L'Chayim Meitim V'Rchat Adonai V'Chayim Meitim V'Yishim Shukabal Yishim Shmat Yishim V'Mishmei Marom Kakatu V'Yad Yechah V'Kara Sevel Zel Yomam V'Chalish Yechah V'Yishim Shmat Yishim V'Ata B'Shmei Marom Hakato Yechah V'Zel Zel Yamar Kadosh 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 Adonai Tzvaot Kadosh 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 Nice V'Am Lachlar Kavadav V'Matam Baruch Kameru Baruch Adonai Mikomo Baruch Adonai Mikomo Odin Beikoch Yechaka Tulimor Imloch Adonai Le'olam Imloch Sion L'Dor Hallelujah Imloch Adonai Le'olam Hayech Sion L'Dor Hallelujah L'Dor Nagigol Lecha ונזל צחים דרכלתים, ושבחל עלינו, מפין למשה למד, כי אל מלך גגזת, ברוך אתה אדוני, האל הקדוש.
We're going to continue now with the Kaddish Aleinu, followed by Aleinu on page 11.
Yikra v'yikra shmei Havai, Yama hadiva kinutzei v'yalichachu v'chayichan adonechan, v'chaylecho b'Yisrael b'agalav Yisrael karev, v'yimeru.
Amen. V'yishmeru v'vorach, le'olam olam le'amayah yitbarach.
Yitbarach v'yishabach v'yitar v'yitar v'yinaseh, v'yitazar v'yitalev v'yitalal, shmei l'kudesh
B'richu, le'inami kol rechata, v'shirata, tushbachata v'nechemata, Danam yirot le'olam, Amen.
Sigabait, lo tanra, utanem chalisat, kodem agahon dinish parach, le'imenu.
Amen.
Eish lama, v'rabam yinishem, ahya v'chayim, agdeinu v'gol Yisrael, le'imenu.
Amen.
Oseh shalom, b'imamav, v'yaseh shalom, aleinu v'yakon Yisrael, le'imenu.
Amen. Aleinu l'shabeach Adon HaKol, l'aseh gedulo yotzei Bereshit, shelo asanu kirei haratzot, v'lo samanu b'nishmot adama, shelo sam chelkeinu kaem, v'gor aleinu kechol amonam, v'anachnu korim, v'nishlachim u'modim, לפני מלך מלכי
המלכים, הקדוש ברוך הוא, ששמיים וארץ. אתה בתתך, עננים ואמר והיה אדוני למלך על כל ארץ ביום ההוא שאדוני אחד ושמו
Yisgadal, Yisgadash,
Amen.
Allah, Tivrach, Yirtei, Yom Matei, B'chayechon, V'yomechon, B'chayei, L'kol, Beit Yisrael, B'chagalam, B'zman Parim, V'yomechon.
Amen. Yehei Shmei V'Avrach, V'Olam Olam.
Yitvarach, V'yishtabach, V'yitzar, V'yishraman, V'yitnasei, V'yitadar, V'yitalev, V'yitzalam, Shemeid, Kudushan, V'yelam, V'yichol, V'yirchata, V'yishirata, V'yishmechata, V'nechemata, V'yiran B'olma, V'yiran Yehei Shlomo Rabban Ben Shemaya, V'chayim Aleinu, V'yal Kol Yisrael, V'yiran Ose Shalom V'yiran, V'yaseh Shalom, Aleinu, V'yal Kol Yisrael, Amen. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to our Tikkun.
Hello, Joe.
Friends,
Hello, Joe. What do you know?
we're standing over here because number one, you all know that I like to stand when I teach when I'm able to. For as long as I'll be able to. And also, those who will be joining us via the miracle of live stream tonight, it's easy for them to see me.
Those 500.
So, what I'm going to do for the first session, I want to pass around some materials for us to look at while we're talking tonight.
It's gonna be a sort of cheesecake.
Later.
Wait, so we used to do.
What, pass around the cheesecake instead of
Is
the
there
liver?
cheesecake there?
I see no fences.
I'm going to ask people,
Nobody's gonna go home hungry.
I'm sure.
please take one and pass this down.
Is that cheesecake?
Keep it simple tonight. I have one source for you all to look at.
Very good.
Rabbi, just one comment. I just received an important message that the live stream looks good, but they're picking up some extraneous noise. So there should be no side conversations when the talking starts, nor should there be any snoring out loud.
Thank you, Rob. So,
Deliver the
folks-
message verbatim.
So folks, do I want to ask who that was from? First of all, so glad that those who are here can hear me, and those who are joining us again via the miracle of live stream can hear me as well. Since the Tikkun in 2002, the first Tikkun Leil Shavuot after 9/11, dedicated each of our Tikkun Leil Shavuot in memory of Debbie Kaplan, the late wife of our dear friend Harold Kaplan, who was murdered on 9/11. I mention that because for the several years that Debbie lived in Paramus, before she lived, she died on 9/11. She was the backbone of the Tikkun Leil Shavuot attending each year. And each year at this time, I remember her and made contributions to the congregation, even within the several years that she was active here. And we remember her tonight on this holiday.
It's a little louder.
Tonight, following my session, this first session, the source of Jewish law, how Torah becomes halacha. And tonight, my goal is for you all to leave here with a better understanding of not only the sources, but a more compelling answer to the question, who decides how Jewish law is made and how it comes to be? You'll come to me with a question, a significant question. This new product, nobody's ever seen before, is it kosher or not? Okay? Or an issue about Shabbat, or maybe like maybe a newer question based on things going on in our world that were not part of the world even a generation or two ago. Maybe something related to IVF or AI or something like that. Great question. So if you come to me seeking an answer, some variation of what does Jewish law say about this? Or, here are the two options before me. Which is the acceptable one under Jewish law? Where does the answer come from? Anybody want to take a guess?
Rabbi Kogan?
That's the answer to my question. Okay. So where does the answer come from? Some of you might say the Torah. Some of you might say the Talmud. Some of you might say the rabbis. And the rabbis, I mean not just these rabbis, but the rabbis, as in the rabbis of blessed memory. Okay? Now, some of you who want to be snarky will say, Google. Okay? Which, by the way, is a well-intentioned but not particularly good source of Jewish legal decisions. So tonight, we're going to trace the chain. Okay? So let's start with the very beginning. And hopefully it'll be clear in about a minute from now why I chose a particular topic. Jewish law begins not with books, but with revelation. Revelation and interpretation. What is that? Come on in. Okay?
Room for five.
Room for all. Room for everybody. Okay? Room for everybody. Revelation and interpretation. What is that? First, what is, when we speak about revelation, what are we speaking about? A specific Jewish understanding of what revelation is. Revelation is God revealed himself to the Jewish people on Mount Sinai and the giving of the Torah, which is what Shavuot is all about. Is it not? By the way, the answer to that question is yes. Okay? Interestingly, this year, for whatever reason, did you see this? There's been a lot of stuff written this year about why there are no major rituals associated with Shavuot. And by the way, eating blintzes is not a major ritual. Okay? Think Sukkot. What are the major rituals of Sukkot? Sukkah and the waving of the lulav and okay? Passover. Matzah, Seder, removing chametz from our home. Okay? What is the ritual that's associated with Shavuot?
Torah.
Study. The uniqueness, not even a word? The unique aspect of Shavuot, the giving of the Torah itself, is different than how we observe or go about understanding Sukkot or Passover. You've all heard me say this before, but it bears repeating. Every good, and even those not so good, every monotheistic faith worthy of its monotheism has revelation, does it not? God appearing to an Abraham, or a Jacob, or a Sarah, or a Rebecca, right? Or, you want to go there? Okay, we're talking about monotheism as a brand, not differentiating between them. To a Mohammed, right? Or to a John Smith in upstate New York in the 1870s. Nothing weirder about revelation in upstate New York after the Civil War than 3,000 years ago at Mount Sinai, if we're being honest, right? And remember, folks, the old rules apply. What happens in the chapel stays in the chapel. Remember that, all of you people joining us via live stream.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
That's how you get a good monotheistic religion off the ground, right? So we need to understand something can be very unique. Okay? If Fred Harris, the rest was here, I'd be getting a nasty email for using the word term very before the word unique. Okay?
Right. Unique is an absolute.
Exactly. There's something unique about Revelation of Mount Sinai in the annals of monotheistic revelation. Okay? How many of you remember my UFO example?
Mm-hmm.
Okay? If I see a UFO, I'm a crazy man.
You need to go to Richard.
If 5 of us see it together,
We'll all go to Richard.
we have a new religion. You all see the difference?
Sure.
Yes.
You can easily dismiss my singularly experienced moment of revelation, right? You can't dismiss it so easily if we get a million of people who see it at the same time, right? So it's not my thing. I'm not sold, right? But we can easily dismiss the Roswell people telling you about, the UFOs they saw, or their conversations with the Martian people, okay? Generally crazy, alcoholic, middle-aged women, okay? I'm sorry, John, too soon? Okay, too early at night for you? Okay. Easy to dismiss, right? I'm not making the case because I'm not sold, it's not my jam, okay? But now that the government is literally conducting hearings as to what it's all about, it's a little harder to dismiss when people who know a great deal about science and aviation, again, not the Roswell crowd, but flag officers and 1- and 2-star generals and admirals start testifying as that, I'm not saying what it is, but we cannot account for it, then it's not as easy to dismiss, right? By the way, for those who aren't paying attention or sleeping already, I'm not making an analogy between the UFOs and Revelation. Okay? What I'm saying to you is that what makes the Jewish experience of Revelation different, and what makes Sinai different than what Abraham or any of the patriarchs, what Moses experienced, is that for brief moments, according to Jewish history and theology, everybody around at that moment saw it. And that made it different. Okay? And I say to you, for a second, not caring if your background is Orthodox or conservative or Reformed, as you've heard me say many times, it makes no difference as long as you're ashamed of it. It makes no difference. I've always believed, on a very real level, that the explanation of how it is that the Jewish people are the only community from antiquity who still practices the religion of its antiquity has to do with our understanding of the experience of Mount Sinai. Okay, anybody can claim revelation, right? But to claim it is to be labeled as an outcast, right? But when a bunch of people, or thousands of people experience it, it's a whole nother ballgame. The Jewish law begins not with books, but with revelation and interpretation. Revelation because at its core, the stories, the history, but for our purposes tonight, the laws, the mitzvot that emanate from the source are there at God's word. Make sense, everybody? So that's the very first layer, what we call the Torah. Okay? We understand this on a basic level. Okay? According to our rabbis, which by the way is an element of interpretation, how many laws, how many halachot are there? How many basic halachot, laws, are there in the Torah itself? Oh, you all know the answer to this.
613.
613. Okay? Hey guys, nice to see you all. 613. And they're divided into two categories. Everybody remember that? They're divided into two categories. Okay? The rabbis say we divide the mitzvot into two categories. The ones that you observe and the ones that you don't. No, they don't say it. They don't say it. There are 248 mitzvot that command us to do something, and 365 that command us to refrain from doing something. Because we're all adults here. And sometimes we know that what we are capable of doing, yet choose to refrain from doing, is often a greater statement of our values than the things that we are supposed to do, we go about doing. Make sense? That's the basic run. Okay? When we refer to, when we refer to the idea of, when we refer to Torah, let me share. When we refer to Torah, we generally mean two things simultaneously. Okay? We mean the Torah as in 5 books of Moses. At the same time, we mean the Torah, like the 5 books of Moses, as well as the oral interpretations of how to put into practice the words of the Torah. You understand what I mean? My classic example. Despite the good intentions of our friends in the evangelical community, you can't run a society on the basis of the 10 Commandments or the laws in the Bible themselves. You can't. You cannot read the Bible and tell me how a marriage ceremony took place. How do I know that? Thank you. I was waiting to do one. Yes. Because all the Bible tells us is that if a man has sexual relations with a woman, they're married. Does it make sense that in ancient times nobody called P-tax, right? Or who did your bar mitzvah? What?
Madon.
Or Madon, no, your bar mitzvah.
So long ago.
It's not long ago.
The main event.
Main event's not too much.
Make it up, we'll see.
Something like that.
Main event.
There was no party, there was no ceremony. Doesn't make any sense, does it? There's more in the Bible about how a divorce is done, and there's virtually nothing about it. Then there's no marriage. Doesn't make any sense. The Torah tells us to refrain from what the Torah calls malacha, which we translate often as work, without telling us exactly what the term means, and defining it for the purpose of what you are allowed to do. So the idea that there has to be something more than just the Torah itself, to me, the idea is quite compelling. So Torah, in its smallest understanding, is the 5 books of Moses. But at the same time, an oral tradition that was passed on from generation to generation to help us put into place the words of the Torah itself. We call these in Hebrew Torah Shebechtav, literally the written Torah, and Torah Sheba'al Peh, the oral tradition. Here's a perfect example of it, right? The Torah says that we're supposed to do something. We're supposed to afflict our souls on Yom Kippur, right? Now you all know that means fasting, right? But once upon a time we weren't exactly sure. So the Torah doesn't say. But there's an interpretive tradition that is ancient that explains to us that verse that we translate as you shall afflict your souls refers to fasting. Okay? That makes sense, right? Let's say a woman is pregnant. Does she fast?
Not required.
And I'm just doing it gently over to the house OBGYN. Right. Does it, right. My mother was here, she would say, how can you say such a thing? Okay? And the fact that you're a doctor wouldn't really throw her off, okay? Okay? Because, as we all know, maybe she can, maybe she can't. How do I have the right to tell diabetics in the synagogue that they're having a rough day? They can eat. You've all heard me get up there during meals saying if anybody's feeling faint, but their doctors told them not to fast. On what basis do I have the right to do that? If the Torah says you have to fast on Yom Kippur. An interpretive tradition that goes back, again, to the very beginning, or, as some of the Jewish community would hold, was transmitted to Moses orally to go hand in hand with the part that he gave Moses in written form. Okay? So we refer to Torah, we refer to both. The rabbis already imagined Sinai as containing both the written text and the interpretive tradition. Okay? Lawyers among us, raise your hands for a second. Okay? What happens the minute you work on a law code and you finish it and you distribute it, publish it, what have you? What happens?
It gets interpreted.
Right, I'm saying it's already no good. Why? Because no law code is so comprehensive that it can account for every single situation. It just doesn't exist. Right? And even the really good ones, assuming there are, and again, I'm not a lawyer. Okay? Even the best ones for a generation ago are stretched, pulled, / interpreted to account for situations never considered or foreseen by the people who wrote them. There's another example for you, like our Constitution. Let's be honest. A great question comes up. We wonder if it's constitutional. Most of us who are not part of the interpretive process, don't know the interpretive process, we've never studied law, so I mean, we hope that the Supreme Court will decide in accordance with our own opinions, right? That's what we're saying, let's be honest. It's no different than you showing me some food product that you really want to hear me say it's kosher. You didn't so much ask me what do I really think the law says? You're hoping to get the answer that you want. Which is nothing wrong with that, as long as we know that's not the interpretive process. So the Constitution was written
Yeah,
a
right.
long time ago. And our judges and our courts are engaged in much of the time in trying to how to take the wisdom and the laws and the legal precedents and the process that was established in the late 18th century and use that to help us figure out the great questions of our time. Right? You could choose any case on the Supreme Court docket. Okay? I'm willing to get most of the big ticket items that take up so much attention would never have been considered by the founding fathers. So what is it about this system that helps make sure that the wisdom that animated the original legal text continues to drive our legal system? A unique interpretive process. Judaism also has a unique interpretive process. And by the way, I'm not saying they're the same, because they're not. Unless, of course, we get an answer that we like, and then we try to show how much is to keep with the Jewish tradition. Or an answer we don't like, to how it's not in keeping with the Jewish tradition. But that's not its point. Each deal with different legal systems, each designed to do a different thing. Every legal code needs interpretation, and it needs a way to apply it to cases and situations unforeseen by the authors. I want you to think about Jewish law in the following way. The Torah is what we might, as Americans, might call constitutional. Interpretation makes it livable. You with me so far? Okay. What happens in a legal system where, or what happens to in a system where a body of law is handed down orally? Situation moves fast, it can adapt to new situations, and there's a constant tension between jettisoning some material, keeping some material, and adding new material, right? An oral tradition assumes that a people is living also, sharing the same language, and living safely within a certain area, generally free from outside threats. That allows one generation to live the tradition, adjudicate the tradition, and pass it on along to the next. Right? We make the assumption that that's what happened in the generations that followed Mount Sinai until the great, in Jewish history, the singularly greatest upheaval in all of Jewish life. The events surrounding and following, preceding, surrounding, and following the destruction of the Second Temple. And by the way, I'm put in a shameless plug for my do adult education class that's coming up towards the middle of June. What was I, we were just talking about that the other day. Where we're going to be talking about the great upheaval in Jewish life that changed Judaism from what it had been to something that looks like we have now. And that was the 100-year period preceding and following the destruction of the Second Temple. Okay? What happened? Remember we said that there was a written tradition, the Torah itself, and an oral tradition, right? Oral tradition is passed on verbally, generation to generation, where the teachers and the leaders of the community pass it to students and leaders, and that's how it works. the tradition is not, the oral tradition is deliberately not written down because the written tradition in the hierarchy of things is the most sacred, and by committing it to writing, we potentially compete with the authority and the sanctity of the written document, the Torah itself. Right? And then what happens? Then what happens? Let me tell you a story. Some of you have heard this story. Okay? Where you have it. We're so long, so many stories. Who knows? This is not a joke. Okay? What year did you start law school?
2016.
It was either 2016 before you started law school, or 2014 before you ran away to St. Louis. No. My son and I had a father-son day in New York City. We started to go to the Indian Museum, or the Museum of the American Indian, down in Lower Manhattan. Anybody ever been there? And you have to understand, I'm a rabbi. And I think like a rabbi. That's kind of how I'm trained, okay? I watch something on TV, and it was like, boy, not whether this is entertaining or not, but boy, can I get a Shabbat message out of this? And I remember thinking to myself, by the way, it's an amazing museum. And even though certainly like you all in college or in high school, to me, growing up in Long Island, I thought about the Native American community when we go to the Shinnecock Reservation out on the east end of Long Island. It never occurred to me that our synagogue that was in East Tawkent. Tawkent. That's a Jewish word, isn't it? It just wasn't on my radar. One of the points that the museum made clear is that because of the terrible upheaval, and dispersion, and violence, and suffering that the Native American population experienced in the 19th century, we have only a small fraction of the traditions and the stories and the wisdom of Native American communities. Why? Because of the dispersal, suffering, violence, etc., they lost the ability to transmit their highly developed / oral tradition. Of course, they also suffer the fact that they didn't have a written language. Okay? But that's not that. That's a separate issue. Right? And that perspective, even though I'd studied this my entire adult life, helped me to understand something. The decision made as a result of the upheaval of the Jewish community in the events that preceded, surrounded, and followed the destruction of the Second Temple in the year 70 CE, in addition to everything else, convinced the rabbis that if they wanted any part of Judaism to survive, the only way it could be done was to somehow preserve the written tradition. I'm sorry. The oral tradition. I'm sorry, you simply disagree, you come in and say, I think of the oral tradition. Right. And then make a joke so that everybody would know that you were right, and I didn't have to say so publicly. All right? But yes, to commit the oral tradition to writing, and the committing of the oral tradition to its written form is what we call the Mishnah. Okay? How significant, how great was the fear of writing down the oral tradition? To this day, even though the oral tradition has been written for close to 2,000 years, what do we still call it? The oral tradition. To differentiate it from the written tradition. The written law, the Torah itself. Because the fear was that once it was written down, it would compete for authority with the written tradition. Rabbi Kogan and I were in school, rabbinical school, well, I want to say for 6 years, but he was only for 5 years, because he was in all the Spartan classes. 4 years. Now you're really rubbing it in. Now you're really rubbing it in, okay? Now you're really rubbing it in, okay? Did you spend more time studying the written Torah or the oral Torah when you were in rabbinical school?
A lot more time studying the oral Torah.
Why?
It's more complex,
Well, can we pass that?
and it's more elusive.
Yes, but the problem is you're not giving the answer that I want you to.
Because he went for 4 years.
You are 100% correct. It's because the Judaism that we observe today is a product, if we're being fair, of both, but even more so of the written Torah, of the oral Torah. Okay? Meaning that the rabbis are right that this was the way to preserve Judaism from going extinct, but their fear of it becoming competing for authority with the written Torah itself did indeed come true. The oral tradition, the Mishnah, is the first legal code book or outline of the laws. And by the way, if there was time, we could spend hours just talking about how the great rabbis of that generation, of those generations, known as the Tanaim, okay? The great sages of the Mishnah, compiled and organized, and, if we can be fair, edited the Mishnah that we have today. Was not the only version of the Mishnah. It's the one that stood the test of time. The one that people rallied around, for lack of better. So it is, and when you see it in written form, you can understand that there were answers to questions like, the Torah says don't work on Shabbat. What counts as work and not, what does and does not count as work? Simple questions that, again, we have a 2,000-year head start because we're used to this. Again, we weren't around when these debates and even intercommunal warfare over these questions. Remember, we are the children of those who won the debate whether the oral law should be written or not. Okay? We are the children, the descendants of those who decided there could be a Judaism that survived in the absence of the temple, in the absence of sacrifices, in the absence of forget even sovereignty, but the ability for the majority of the world's Jewish community to live in its own homeland. We are the heirs of the people who bet long on that idea and won. So the Torah, and the next level, if you will, the Mishnah, the compilation of the oral law. So I'm sitting there, so back to the Indian Museum. I'm sitting in the museum that day, thinking to myself, I've been having studied so many years, how much sense it makes. And that's what we know, or we can speculate on how much extra material never made it into the Mishnah, because we have a collection of Mishnah-era legal work that was not included in the Mishnah, but compiled in a separate work known as the Tosefta, which literally means, you're not going to like this, additional stuff. It literally means additional stuff which is not quite as authoritative as the Mishnah itself, but authoritative enough that we can quote it when we need to. Indeed, now this is beyond the scope of this class. But one of the greatest halakhic works of the 20th century was written by one of the great rabbis, one of the greatest scholars ever at the Jewish Law System of America, Rabbi Shaul Lieberman, right, who was a very, very good friend of Rabbi Kogan's father, a very good teacher ever did at Kogan. He taught me the great lesson that every pulpit rabbi should know. Remember? Remember, students, the congregation had a way of doing things before you got there. Learn it before you start doing anything else. It was good advice. It was good advice. And for those of us who were in rabbinical school for 6 years instead of 4 years, we heard it more than once. Was to literally take all the editions of the Tosefta and literally, can I say, clean them up? Is that fair? To go through them literally one by one, strand by strand, and put together an edition of the Tosefta, the Mishnaic era stuff that was important enough to keep, but not make it into the Mishnah itself. And again, it's not the kind of thing that you're going to read about at the time bestseller. But for people who are involved in real halakhic research and scholarship, it's considered one of the greatest Jewish legal writings of the 20th century. And indeed, up there with some of the great halakhic work, even comparable to the great works of Maimonides. Yes. And he gets a lot of royalties for the 17 copies outside of the world's Jewish library. No, it's really considered a tremendous, it's really work. Okay, so now we have the Torah, and we have the Mishnah. That should settle it, right? Now we have a good, polished version of the oral law, right? Why did it not end there? Yes, because the second, what happens the second when a law code is published? Or
That gets interpreted.
what was that?
That then gets
Right,
interpreted.
it has to be interpreted because life is dynamic, and therefore law and legal systems are dynamic.
And because the Mishnah was put together in the land of Israel, but there was a substantial Jewish population living outside the land of Israel.
That is another, right? Oh, it's a very important thing. Why is it that there are, even in our time, why is it that oftentimes on a similar halakhic issue, rabbis in Israel will rule differently than rabbis in Europe or rabbis in North America? Because land and culture and background all influence our understanding of the text themselves. You've heard me say this in the past. Our Judaism, for no other reason than the fact that we're Americans, is going to be different than the Judaism of those who are, let's say, from Europe, or Israel, or, let's say, Iran. Because the conditions in those countries influence us, whether we realize it or not, and they influence the way we read and understand and feel about the text, even the legal ones. We're having this conversation in adult education recently. America loves a religious maverick, do we not? That is to say, to boldly interpret traditional religious texts, take liberties with the text is considered meritorious, especially in the liberal Jewish circles in which we run. Right? Make sense? Clearly, there's nothing wrong with that. said the person who's completely steeped in that very same tradition. Okay? But let's pretend you are from a culture that does not posit going fast and loose with the tradition, with the canon, like we do in America. That will also influence your Jewish legal approach, as well as how far you're willing to go in your interpretations, especially if you are considering changes in the tradition. Okay? If the greater society views this as a no-no, it's going to have an influence. In the 60s and 70s and 80s, the first calls for women, women counted dominion, who was ordained to the rabbinate, that take place in the West or in areas under Islamic dominion? No, I'm not trying to be cute or funny. Right? And the answer is, in the West, because we were dealing with that kind of stuff. Why were there no such calls in areas under Islamic dominion? Because that wasn't something that Islamic societies were dealing with, especially in the world of religion. Make sense? Just an example of how these things, how where we live, influence the text themselves. Right? So, again, a host of factors, but among them, the fact that once a law code is published, promulgated, or put out there, people began to discuss it, to try to figure out how it applies to this situation or that, demanding the need for additional study and interpretation. And that's what happened with the Mishnah. Right? The compiling of the oral law in written form led to the next layer, which we call the Gemara, right? Which was the discussion of, after 7 generations of Tanaim, sages of the Mishnah, men like Hillel and Shammai, like Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yishmael, your favorite who visits you on Passover, Rabbi Jose the Galilean. These were all great sages of the Mishnah, most of whom endured tremendous suffering as a result of the Roman occupation of the land of Israel. Remember, part of the, I'm not trying to be cute or funny, but the first half, part that you're all awake for. Okay? Remember, rabbis, it's time to say the Shema, which is allusion to the fact they were hiding out from the Romans in places where they didn't come out on the ground probably days or weeks at a time. Things of that nature. After 7 generations and the compilation of the editing and the final editing of the Mishnah under Rabbi Yehuda HaNassi in approximately the year 200 of the Common Era, the next generation, known as the Amoraim, began a series of conversations and engagement with the oral law itself. And we call the Mishnah and by the Gemara itself, the combined of the two, and we refer to that as a Talmud. Okay? Now, remember Rabbi Kogan before said, you had a lot of people living outside the land of Israel. In our time, when we think about the word Talmud, we're referring to what we call the Bavli, the Babylonian Talmud. But if you look at the chart, about 100 years earlier, in about the year 400 of the Common Era, known as the Yerushalmi, or the Talmud of the land of Israel, or other name, reminds us that there is another version of the Talmud literally of the rabbis of the land of Israel. And at least Rabbi Kogan said before, by this time, by this period of Jewish history, the bulk of world Jewry was living outside the land of Israel. And the great institutions of Jewish learning at that time were in today would be modern day, like near the Iran-Iraq war. Okay? As I said, the Gemara was primarily a series of the compiling of and editing of the discussion of those generations of rabbis about the laws in the Mishnah and their further desire to apply them, understand them, and apply them to different situations. A major difference between the Mishnah and the Gemara, however, is the following. Again, lawyers, raise your hands again. Okay? When you study like a code of law, like what do you call that? What's it? The New Jersey Code of Law. The New Jersey annotated laws. The laws, the books that you used to have on your shelf before computers. You know what I'm talking about?
The book has what?
The books you used to have on your shelves before computers.
Yeah.
You know, they were named like New Jersey annotated law.
Annotated code.
Annotated code. Right? These were not storybooks. Okay? These were not. These were basically codes written in a short, I think the term is called apodictic style. I remember Dragnet, just the facts now. Okay? Here's the law in this situation, here's the law in that situation. This, and this. Organized in a certain kind of way. The laws may change, but the style is fairly consistent among such law codes throughout the United States of America, each state. What do you think of the Mishnah like that? The laws here, it explains the laws, very little in the way of what we may consider stories or legends or what have you. The major exception, Perkei Avot, a section of the Mishnah, which so much doesn't really deal with halakha, but rather the ethical teachings and philosophical teachings of the rabbis, the sages of the Mishnah. As opposed to that style of law, the Talmud is filled not only with discussions of the law, but stories and anecdotes and reflections on life at the time, which makes for those who study Talmud, some often interesting, occasionally amusing, if you know where to look for it, occasionally risque conversations, that the rabbis were not just engaging in conversation about the law, but on life, and especially Jewish life in general. And that process went to about the middle of about the 6th century of the Common Era. Okay? Everybody so far? Interestingly enough, the Talmud, let's say, the Mishnah and the discussions of the Mishnah in the Gemara, it's not just about Jewish law, even though it's primarily about Jewish law, but it also gives an indication of how to think legally. Because if one can think legally, one can master the process by which Jewish law is understood and adjudicated and applied, well, that puts one in authority, in a position to be among the authorities who help decide what those laws actually are. Now, around this time, and again, I don't want to give actual dates because one of the things that I'm not sure cute or funny. I graduated rabbinical school about 15 or 16 years after Rabbi in that half a generation, there was a sea change regarding the dating of what we call the midrash. Remember that? Remember the old story? What came first, the chicken or the egg? Wait. The answer is the chicken, but let's not have the conversation today. When Rabbi Kogan went through medical school, again, it wasn't thousands of years ago, okay, let's say, he only graduated a few years before I did. Rabbi Kogan was taught, first there was halacha, and then there was the midrash, right? You may not believe it, but that was the party line. You had the Mishnah first, you had the Gemara, and then Midrash began to emerge as its own style and its own force. And then in the 1980s, a professor named Rabbi David Weiss Halivni, really one of the great lights of the post-World War II era, published a book. Remember that thin little book? You know what I'm talking about, right? I forget the name of it. A thin little blue book, where he basically made the case that no, if anything, they emerged simultaneously. And indeed, one could make the case that a unique type of interpretive process emerged even before the Mishnah itself was codified. Okay? And it was simply another way to understand and interpret Jewish law, containing narrative, ethical, and theological musings on the laws and the Torah itself. What's important for us to understand about this is that not all of the interpretation is legal as we might understand it, but nonetheless played a great role in helping to shape Jewish thought. Okay? And indeed, in our time, we have great compendiums of midrashim. Midrash has to do with the non-literal understandings of the Torah, and again, an accumulated form regarding halacha as well. For those who maybe not understand, I'll do the job explaining part of it. My favorite part of this is that we know for a fact that, biblically speaking, that God called Moses, so God called Abraham to leave his native land and go to the land of Israel, right? But where the Torah just said that his father owned an idol shop?
The Midrash,
The Midrash. Okay?
Story.
Baba Mises.
We know that Moses.
Legend.
That's right. So he said.
I said from Baba Mises.
I'll simply say that Professor Liebman, paraphrasing Rabbi Liebman, again, one of the great, among the most prominent Talmudists of the 20th century, once said something along the lines of, Baba Mises are Baba Mises, but the study of Baba Mises is science. Meaning there's more to these stories and legends and theological musings than meets the eye. And indeed, fulfill the gaps in the Bible. Remember, God tells Abraham to leave his native land and go to the land of Israel, right? But he wasn't the only guy rolling around at Haran at that time. What was special about Abraham? Now again, the Midrash is speculative, but it raises the question, what was special about it? We may not like the answer, though I'm not so sure we should dismiss it. But by engaging in the process, we are understanding the great question. Again, lots of young guys looking for adventure in Haran back in the day. But what was special about Abraham? That Midrash is an attempt to get us thinking about that very question. Okay? Any questions, any comments up to this point? Okay.
Yeah, in terms of whether the codified law came first or the midrashic law came first, so part of what was motivating Professor Halivni was that before people had categories for the different branches of the law, they had knowledge of the Torah. And so the way that people would perhaps remember or categorize in their minds what they had learned was by attaching the subject matter to the verse from which it may have been derived. And so that's a basic piece of the theory that the midrashic process preceded the codification process.
That's an excellent point. I have to say, I was never sold on that. On the other hand, I'm here with you tonight, and Rabbi Halivni, before he passed away, wrote more books in a year than I have teeth in my mouth. So, but I think you're probably better off going with it. Thank you for that point. So I have 5 minutes left to go through another 400 years, so stay with me. Hold on. When the Talmudic era concluded, again, you were taught, the Talmudic era ended around the year 500 of the Common Era. Today we know that it was a rolling end, okay? And it's likely that what we call the Talmudic process may have lasted another century, even 2 centuries later. That shifted into a period of time which, again, I kind of think among the most interesting periods of time in all of Jewish history. The rise of the great centers of learning in what is now Iraq, in Babylonia, where the Jewish community were led by the great scholars known as the Gaonim. Again, they were the heads of the Babylonian Academy, 2 great ones, Pura and Sura and Pumbedita, like the Harvard and Yale, or the Albany and Binghamton of the early Islamic Middle Ages. Began to move in a different direction. Having had the last 600-700 years of Mishnah and Gemara, of Talmudic interpretation, they began to ask and answer the question, now we have all this, what are the practical halakhic outcomes of these conversations? Just move in a different direction. Can we do this? What did the Talmud mean in this particular situation? And ultimately, what's the practice? Began a new body of Jewish literature, which we call Sheilot Uteshuvot, or in English, the responsive literature. More along the lines of what you generally ask of rabbis. Can this product be kosher for Passover? Or is Pyrex really parve or not? Or is surrogacy kosher in the Jewish tradition? Or any other kind of thing that you normally ask of me. Let's say going rabbis, receiving questions from lay people, even from the rabbis, who on the basis of the fact they were understood to be among the most learned in the law, have the authority to cull the sources and come up with an answer. Okay? And we see during this period of time, again, the initial comprehensive or attempt at comprehensive law. Interestingly enough, we know a good deal about this time period. How many remember the story? How many remember the story about the Cairo Geniza?
What?
Cairo Geniza. and the unearthing in the 1890s of this major trove of ancient Jewish texts that had been literally placed in Galilee, a place where Jewish books were buried or deposited when they could no longer be used by the community. We knew more about the ancient kings of Israel that followed Solomon 3,000 years ago than we knew about the Gaonim who lived 1,000 years ago and 12 years ago. We had generations and generations of Gaonim who we didn't even know their names. And this really helped fill in the gap. Fill in the gap. Gaonim were followed by Rishonim, major medieval interpreters, folks like that you've heard, folks like Rashi, who wrote about explanations. What do these words mean? And the generation that followed Rashi, known as the Tosafot, not to be confused with the Tosefta, which were concerned with challenging the interpretation of the previous generation, as well as comparing what the Talmud said and what the interpretation of the Talmud in one place said, and it didn't seem to jive with the interpretation of the Talmud said in another place. And then later, the great legal codes of men like Maimonides, who wrote comprehensive codes of this time. In the last 2 minutes, I want to deal with what are known as the Acharonim. Dividing line came in the 16th century with the publication of the great work known as the Shulchan Aruch. It reflected a comprehensive law code to reflect the practices of Sephardic Jews. Sephardic meaning the traditions of those who had the generations that had survived the expulsion from Spain. The most prominent community was now in the north of Israel in the city of Tzfat, led by tremendous scholars like Rabbi Yitzchaki, who wrote the Chadodi, and Rabbi Isaac Lurie from one of the great scholars of Kabbalah, and the famous Rabbi Joseph Caro, who wrote a comprehensive law code called the Shulchan Aruch. That preserved these traditions. Made its way to Europe within 100 years. And instead of rejecting it on the basis of the fact that the Ashkenazi traditions and practices were often different than those in the land of Israel, great scholar Moshe Israelis wrote a series of emendations and novella and what have you that preserved the Shulchan Aruch, but insisted on the right for Ashkenazi communities to assert different traditions, and the amalgamation of the two made the Shulchan Aruch the great and comprehensive code that remains today. So now we're turning to the opening question. Where does Jewish law come from? Again, you may have thought when you walked in here today that it came from me. It came from Rabbi Kogan. Okay? Or it came from all the other folks that we mentioned in our conversation. But it's important for us to understand. Jewish law doesn't come from one verse, it doesn't come from one rabbi, it doesn't come from one book. It comes from a process. Revelation plus interpretation plus argument plus precedent plus lived community. Avot begins with the words, Moses received the Torah Mount Sinai and transmitted it to Yehoshua, who then transmitted it to all the way down to us, reminding us that Shavuot celebrates not only the receiving of the Torah, but an invitation for all of us to enter the conversation. Hag Sameach. Friends, we're going to begin the Mariv service now, and then have some refreshments and begin the second section of the Tikkun. Thank you for joining us for the first session. We'll let you all to please rise.
We done for the day?
We'll pass out some more, CDs.
Rabbi Weiner, this is actually gonna be I've been doing Dafyomi for a couple of years. This is very helpful.
Well, this exempts you from half a day.
Half a dog.
Folks, if anybody does not have a C-door, you bring it one?
That's the tragedy.
What is the definition of mass?
There's an easy way to tell which came first, the chicken or the egg.
Folks, by the way, one quick thing.
Morning, how are you? Great to see you.
You notice we never make Mari. We never say Mari this late. Why don't I wait a little extra late to conduct the Mari service tonight?
To
Just wanted to
make
make
sure
sure that 49 full
43rd
days
is
have
over.
passed.
Exactly.
Correct.
The tradition is that of all the holidays, never to start Shavuot early because you have to have 7 complete weeks. I mean that by all accounts, the 49th day needs to have come to a conclusion. So that's why we always start Shavuot a little extra late. It's the product of much discussion.
Thank you.
Friends, would you all please rise as for the Mariv service? You'll find the Mariv service now on page 15.
256 North Scroll.
What page?
256
Page
North
28.
Scroll.
28.
Evening service for Halloween. Oh, no, not the weekday one. You'll like it. It's even shorter.
Et Adonai
Howard?
Adonai Echem Emes. Amir Bana Ben Yisrael Yamesu El Yamesu Nehel Mitamotiva Vero Vagarato Shimachot Olishma Umachota Veratzon Kiva Moshe Olei Israel Lechanu Shira Nesimcha Zayli, I know Adonai Yaakov, Ogel Mechaisak Mimenu, Baruch Atah Adonai Israel. Ushmai say, chain of Oedu, Lechaim Ushalam, Me'atami Adolam, Nokro Salyas Rashmamecha, Baruch Atah Adonai, Borei Sukkot Shalom Aleinu, Me'alkama Yisrael, Me'ayerushalayim, Vayedaber Moshe Emotei Adonai Adonai Israel.
What do you want?
Okay.
Okay.
For the Shavuot, page 41. These are the special sections for these days in case of Shavuot.
Ikata veikatash sheherabayin v'yalad yirak yirutei v'yamlich machutei v'chayeichon u'yameichon u'v'chayei v'chol beit Yisrael v'gala u'mizman darim v'yimera. Yehesh me'avam bara, v'yalam v'yamaya, yiparach v'yishtabach, v'yifar v'yitama v'yinaseh, v'yadav v'yitala v'yitala, shemeko yeshamerechu, le'yehela, min kol birchata v'shirata, tushbechata, v'nechemata, tabirai v'yama
Thank God for them. Thank God.
He better be. My money back.
Really?
Very long drive. Isn't that impressive? They do something for Shavuot? Top of my club, I'm just burst. It was a couple of Don't get carried away.
Council Lane is followed by the Kiddush in honor of Shavuot on page 50.
Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, borei piri agafei. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, asher bachar banu mikol ha'am, v'ramanu mikol ha'shon, v'kiddushanu mitzvotav. Titelanu, Adonai Eloheinu b'yavah, moadim l'simcha, chagim uzmanim l'sason, et yom chag Shavuot hazeh, ze matan toratenu, mikra kodesh, zecher l'shkiach Yisrael, ki banu v'acharta, ve'otanu kiddashta mikol ha'amim, Moadei koshecha, b'simcha v'sayicha l'tanu, Baruch atah Adonai, Kadesh Yisrael, ve'azmanim, Amen. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, she'echayanu, v'kiyanu,
We continue with Olay.
Shelo asanu ki arasot,
Anu Kishmachot Adama, Shelo Sam Kelkeinu Kayim, V'Golinu K'Olam Olam, V'Anachnu Korim, V'Shavim U'Modim, L'Ifnei Melech Malkei Alakim, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shemayim Yisrael Oretz.
Big mouth. What? He's a wonderful guy.
Warner's Cottage.
Save me, I'm lifting up and say, B'chayechon, B'yomachon, B'chayei, B'chol, Beis Yisrael, B'agalav, B'zman, Kariv, Yimru, Amen. Yisbarach, V'yishtabach, V'yisba'ar, V'yishraman, V'yisnaseh, V'yisadar, V'yisalev, V'yisalal, Shemei, V'kushad, Le'elam, Hol, V'chosam, V'shurasa, Tushbekasa, V'chomasa, Amen. Hey, Shalom, Rabbi, B'Shemorah, Chayim, Aleinu, V'yakol, Yisrael, V'yimru, Amen. Sheshem, Hu Ya'aseh Shalom, Aleinu, V'yakol, Yisrael, V'yimru, Amen.
Good evening, everyone. Let's ask all friends, please take some refreshments. As of just a couple of minutes, we're going to begin the second session of our Tikkun. Again, please take a little something this time, plenty of food, too much food actually. And then let's begin the next session in about 5 minutes, okay? Just one more thing.
By the way, the answer you're looking for is the statutory code.
So these aren't like strangers. Now all I want to do is go for
Okay, folks, again, I'd like to begin another minute or two. Please get something to eat, have a seat, and we'll go on Rabbi Kogan.
Actually, I'm just gonna take, beginning of this tough, well, once I get further along in the service, I open up where it's stored, but I want to have it list all these just in case.
Do you know what you want? Good, you wanna make one for me too? That would be great. So we'll spend the long weekend in London with her. We've done this.
I remember the flyers once. I remember we went out in the street.
So we,
Ladies and gentlemen, please take seats. I'd like to begin. Folks, please, I'd like to begin the next minute or two, so please take some to eat. And let's begin the next session, okay? Okay, sure.
seems to be very popular.
What happens next year with the merger? But you, I'm worried about you.
Ladies and gentlemen, folks, I'm going to start passing out the sources. Rabbi Cohen's going to begin his class right now.
200 others. Terrible. It's worse every day. Today I got a phone call from President Union, President University. Issue after issue. Endless. So if you want to hear horror stories, I have.
Oh, I'm.
Okay, well, you go.
You know about the teams?
Yep.
I have students in my classes with first string baseball, looking for other schools. They wanted to try out against the Union City Council.
If I had two more arms, this was.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask Rabbi Kogan to begin at this time, and Rabbi Kogan will be going to start to teach till about about 10 till 10:30. I'll take a break, and then Sam will teach the next session. And if people are interested, I'll do one session after that. Without further ado, Rabbi Kogan, take it away.
Okay. So, the subject matter for this session is the results of a sort of,
I'm just going to speak up so the live stream people can hear you, okay?
okay. I was kind of, I was kind of concerned that I didn't know enough about the tribes. And I wanted to learn more about it for myself. And then as we got closer to Shavuot, I said to myself, I'm probably not the only one who is not as well informed as he might like to be about the tribes. So, we're talking about the 12 tribes, or perhaps the 13 tribes, because depending how you count, sometimes you include the tribe of Levi, and sometimes you don't. Sometimes you count Joseph as one tribe, and sometimes as two tribes, because of the two sons of Joseph. So you'll see in the material that you have, that we have a color-coded map of where the tribes were located. And there may be room for some disagreement. Do we have more copies of the material?
Yeah, I'll go get it.
Yeah. But I found, for example, that I didn't know where some of the judges were from and where some of the prophets were from. And sometimes there were different perspectives for people who were in different parts of the land of Israel. For example, I realized that I didn't know where Elijah the prophet was from. Can anybody tell me where Elijah the prophet was from?
Yeah. What tribe?
Yeah, or like what region he grew up in, or Giladi. Very good, very good. We sing that at the end of Shabbat, right? Eliyahu, Eliyahu ha-Giladi. So Gilad is on the east side of the Jordan, kind of on the borderline between the tribe of Reuven and the tribe of Gad, or in English, Gad. So at least that tells us something about him. Some of the prophets functioned very locally, but he really got around because we have the record of his confrontation with the prophets of the Baal at Mount Carmel, which is near Haifa in the north on the coast. And we know he also spent some time in the Sinai, so he really got around. So much so, in fact, that I think that just as the folks at NORAD track where Santa Claus is, so on the Seder night, they really perhaps ought to consider tracking the progress of Elijah, who is going to take a sip of wine in your house and my house and everybody else's house, right? Yeah. So what I started to do was to gather some sources of where specific tribal connections are mentioned, and when once I knew that this was going to become a session, so I figured out that we were going to use some sources that you can find in the Chumash, and that's why we have the cart of the Chumashim here in case we need to refer to them, and some sources that can't be found in the Chumash that are not even in a Haftorah. So some of the prophetic sources didn't make it into a Haftorah, and we'll even see a little bit of a quote from the third section of the Hebrew Bible, the Ketuvim, which is best known perhaps for the Psalms, but also contains the 5 Megillot and also contains the Chronicles.
No, thank you.
So first I want to talk about the split of the tribe of Joseph. We know that there were 12 sons that Jacob had, and by the conventions of primogeniture, the firstborn son would get a double portion. But Reuven, because of bad behavior of one or more types, had to forfeit the rights of the firstborn. So then you might think it would go to the second or the third son, to Simeon or to Levi, but they too had kind of a cloud hanging over them because of the massacre of Shechem, following the rape of Dinah. And so in some ways, Judah was the next in line, and in some ways we do see Judah being showcased. But then late in life, when Jacob had come down to the land of Egypt, he said to Joseph that your two sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, will be to me like Reuven and Shimon, i.e., they will each have the status of a tribe, or if he wasn't thinking in terms of the tribes that were yet to be, but that they would each have a status as if they're one of my sons. And that is in chapter 48 of the book of Bereshit, chapter 48, verse 5. I have here I guess I should walk you through the material here. We have 4 pages that are bilingual, which are sections that you won't find in the Chumash. And then the 5th page is things that you will find in the Chumash. And so I don't quote the verses, I just give the chapter and the verse number. And then at the bottom of that page, I also have 3 sections from the prophets that appear as Haftarot, and therefore are going to be in your Chumash as well. And then on the next page, I have a rough chronology, just in case you were curious, because we know, for example, that King David was not a contemporary of Abraham, but some things we sense, but we don't know them quite as well. So I wanted to give you something to hang your hat on there. Then we have the multicolored map of the tribes, and then on the final page we have a diagram of how the 12 tribes encamp in the desert. Yes, David.
Who determined what location which tribe got?
They were told by Moses what what your location will be.
Yes, some of them overlap or surround other ones, like Simeon is surrounded by Judah.
I'm sorry. I thought you meant
No,
on
the
on there.
location.
Okay, so that was done by lot, and good catch there that Simeon was encircled, and was kind of like off the beaten track. In the parting words of Jacob for his sons, he said about Simeon and Levi that he would divide them, perhaps because the two of them together sometimes had an incendiary quality. So there are two ways in which they are divided. The tribe of Levi is not listed on the map because they were scattered throughout the land. That is, the Levitical cities, of which there were 48, were a few in the section of each of the tribes. Perhaps because they had a teaching role, or perhaps a sacramental function. Of those 48 cities, 6 were designated as cities of refuge. If somebody killed somebody by accident, and that was kind of like a rehabilitative community, and the other 42 cities were just plain Levitical cities. And in the meantime, Simeon was sort of put off to the side and didn't really become a very prominent tribe. In fact, we have 2 censuses in the 4th book of the Torah. One at the beginning of the 40 years and then one at the end of the 40 years. And the biggest change in any of the tribes from the first census to the second census was a plummeting of the numbers of the tribe of Simeon. Part of which surely had to do with the misbehavior of one of the tribal leaders, which encouraged everybody in the tribe, in a sense, to get into the act. There was a scandal of cultic prostitution with the Midianite women, in the aftermath of which a good many of the Simeonites were killed off. So that's something a little special about Simeon. We are told in the context of the building of the Mishkan that the head of the project would be Bezalel, who is identified as being from the tribe of Judah, and that he would be assisted by Oholiab, who was from the tribe of Dan. Then in the 3rd book of the Torah, we have an incident with a blasphemer who was identified as being associated also with the tribe of Dan. Those are among the few people who have a specific tribal identification. In the fourth book of the Torah, we have the spies or the scouts who were sent to check out the promised land. And as you know, 10 came back with a negative report and 2 came back with positive report. And I found it interesting that the 2 who we tend to think of as the good spies, one was from the tribe of Judah, which we know became a dominant tribe, and one was from the tribe of Ephraim, which also became a dominant tribe. And when we came into the Promised Land, they were one of the dominant tribes in the north. In the fourth book of the Torah also, we read of the rebellion of Korah, and Korah was one of the Levites. He was I think a first cousin of Moses, and so he said, why am I less entitled to lead than you? But he had co-conspirators who were specifically identified as being from the tribe of Reuben. So we do get some identifications, and then at the end of the fourth book of the Torah, we read of the daughters of Zelophehad, whose father had 5 daughters but no sons, and they said, why shouldn't we be entitled to our portion in the land of Israel? And as you know, they stood up for what they thought they were entitled to, and they got a favorable ruling. But then, just a few chapters later, there's a counterclaim from their tribe, saying, well, that's all well and good in your lifetimes, but assuming you get married to somebody from a different tribe, then according to the laws of inheritance that were in force at that time, then your land, which is in the middle of our section, is going to go to somebody external to our tribe, and that's not so fair either. And so so the ruling came down that they could marry anyone that they wanted as long as it was someone from their tribe, which sounds about as generous as when Henry Ford said, you can choose any color for your car as long as you choose black, right? So that was kind of interesting to me, at least. Then in the latter part of Deuteronomy, when they're on the verge of going into the Promised Land, they are directed by Moses that there will be a kind of ritual pageant to remind everybody that some things are worthy of your getting a blessing, but other things might lead to a curse. And in that pageant, 6 tribes were asked to be
position on a lush, verdant mountain, and 6 tribes on the opposite type of mountain, kind of a barren mountain. And we're told which 6, which I found to be kind of interesting. If I remember correctly, there in chapter 27 of Deuteronomy, interestingly, they count Levi as being assigned to one of the mountains, and they count, surprisingly, the tribes of Ephraim and Manasseh as the one tribe of Joseph in that context. After the death of Moses, we have the period under Joshua in which our people sought to conquer the Promised Land, which was not exactly like flipping a switch. It was a multi-year process, and even after years, some places proved to be very hard to conquer because of the topography, or because of, who was there first, or because of the military technology that had been mastered by some peoples and not by others. Following Joshua, we have the period of the judges. The judges were, although they're portrayed as being somewhat national, they're really kind of local, kind of tribal, or several tribes, maybe like regional. And we see signs throughout the book of Judges of a loose confederation among the tribes, so that if there was an external threat, so one tribe would send word out to other tribes, will you join me in seeking to repulse so-and-so who is making incursions? And sometimes they would get a yes, and sometimes they would get a no. In other words, there was not a strong central government. In a way, we could say that the period of the judges was parallel to the setup in the U.S. under the Articles of Confederation. That is, people were connected, but only on a voluntary basis, and so it was sometimes challenging to forge a coalition of multiple tribes to get the job done if they needed to fight a battle or what have you. In chapters 4 and 5 of the book of Judges, we read about Deborah, who had the status of a judge, and Barak, who served as a military leader. And in that particular piece of history, we have mention made of 7 or 8 of the tribes, which was unusual, really, to have so many tribes working together. And we also have a passing mention of one tribe that really didn't see it as being so important to get involved. which obviously was somewhat discouraging to the others. We learn about Samson, who was from the tribe of Dan. We learn about Ehud, who was from the tribe of Benjamin. That's in the bilingual piece. That's in section A. And then in section B, we have Samson, or Samson's parents being told that the son who was about to be born would be a strong leader. Then in item C in the bilingual material, we first encounter Saul. Saul was the first national king. The tribes were clamoring for a king because they thought that a king would have special status, special power, and it seemed to work for all the other peoples in the neighborhood, so why shouldn't we have a king? Samuel was resistant to it at first. Samuel the prophet, who said, "But isn't God your king?" And there's kind of a tug of war through the Samuel stories, sometimes leaning in a pro-monarchy perspective, and sometimes in an anti-monarchy perspective. Saul was himself surprised to be kept as king, and as you see at the bottom of page 104, but I'm only a Benjaminite from the smallest of the tribes of Israel, and my clan is the least of all the clans of the tribe of Benjamin. So why are you gonna give me the responsibility to be king? But eventually he did become king. He had some successes, and he also had some personality challenges, which eventually caused him to no longer be king, and he was succeeded by David. David was from the tribe of Judah. So both of those are considered to be southern tribes. When we consider the big picture, so Judah is in the south. Of course, we don't see much on this map of the Negev, and Benjamin is not far from there. But in the north, there were other power centers, and there were other tribal loyalties. So having a king from the south was perhaps a little bit controversial, which is part of why King David moved the capital from Hebron north to Jerusalem, because he was seeking a central location so that people would be able to identify with it as a unified nation. So I'm sure you've heard and you have read a lot about King David and his son King Solomon. So I'm going to fast forward
through years of success and the construction of the temple under Solomon and some expansion of the footprint of the land of Israel. So when Solomon passed away, then it became it became more of a challenge. That is, Solomon's son, in Hebrew Rehavam, in English Rehoboam, thought, of course, I should be king, and people should listen to me just like they listened to my father. And he spoke with some bravado that was not well received. And then, so in the meantime, in the north, there were stirrings of for lack of a better term, secessionism, Jeroboam found that people were responsive to the message that we have no portion in David, no share in Jesse's son, i.e. the house of David. They didn't want to be ruled from Jerusalem. And so at that point, there was a schism, there was a split. This was approximately 922 BCE. And so from that point on, we have two parallel kingdoms. We have the northern kingdom, which is referred to as the kingdom of Israel, and the southern kingdom as the kingdom of Judea, or of Judah. And I won't go through all of the different kings who ruled there, but the two proceeded on parallel tracks, and sometimes even had military conflicts with each other. They did understand that they had a common heritage, although at this point there was also religious separation. That is, that there were one or more separate temples in the north that did their own sacrificing, which was viewed certainly with disfavor by the biblical sources. Then one of the constants in that part of the world was, of course, that we were situated on the trade routes between two superpowers. So we had the Egyptians to our southwest, and we had the Babylonians, or before them we had the Assyrians to the north, and they had their own version of adventurism, which was not so much to conquer for principle, like we're opposed to communism or something like that, but if you can subjugate other city-states or small tribes, then
you can exact an annual tax from them. Think of it perhaps as protection money. That certainly was very lucrative for the overlord. So the northern kingdom got stuck in such a situation until they got sick and tired of it, and then when they tried to wriggle out of that relationship, they were conquered in the year 722 by the Assyrians. And so the northern kingdom lasted for 200 years beyond the schism, that is, after the death of King Solomon. The southern kingdom lasted for a good while longer, until 587, 586, at which point the Babylonians conquered us. There are sources about how some of the people from the northern tribes filtered down into Judea, because they knew that they had no future if they were to be conquered by the Assyrians, because the modus operandi of the Assyrians was to send people into exile and to exile somebody else into their place so that they couldn't filter back nearly as simply as they might have hoped. So the northern kingdom really went to rack and ruin. But some small parts of that population did filter down into Judea, because they knew that these are maybe not our brothers, but our cousins, or our distant cousins. So there was some survival there. But when we talk about the 10 lost tribes, so by and large they weren't lost. They were the subject of forced assimilation in foreign lands, while some other subjugated peoples were forced into their former land. So that made a big difference among the tribes. Eventually, what happened was that the Babylonians, who conquered Judea and who destroyed the first temple, they were themselves conquered by the Persians under King Cyrus. And King Cyrus was very sympathetic to the Jews, and he authorized Jews returning from Babylonia to Judea, and even made some of the funds from his treasury available for the rebuilding of the land and the rebuilding of the temple. And so there did, of course, continue to be a Jewish population in Babylonia, because, as you know from the American Jewish community, just because we're entitled to live in Israel doesn't mean that everybody automatically picks up and moves. People are creatures of habit. They have their friends, their businesses, their connections, and the status quo has a strong tug as well. But certainly, the Persians were good to the Jews until they were conquered by Alexander the Great, and I think beyond that is beyond the scope of this session. How am I doing on time?
You have 5 minutes.
5 more minutes. Okay, so so I wanted to look for, I wanted to be able to identify some prominent figures from each of the tribes. And I had only partial success, but I'll tell you some of what I found, which is not in the materials that I distributed, but I do have it on my own crib sheet. From the tribe of Levi, we have Moses, Aaron, and Miriam. We have the prophet Ezekiel, as well as Jeremiah. From the tribe of Judah, we have Caleb, one of the 12 spies, and we have King David, King Solomon, and all the subsequent kings of Judea. From the tribe of Dan, as we said, we have Samson. Deborah was apparently from the tribe of Naphtali. And Elijah, as we said, was either from Manasseh or from God. From the tribe of Ephraim, we have Joshua, and we have the rebel king Jeroboam. From the tribe of Benjamin, as we said, we have King Saul. We also have, from the tribe of Benjamin, a figure that you're familiar with from the Megillah, and that is Mordechai. When Mordechai is first introduced in the second chapter of the Megillah, so the first sentence in which he's introduced is chanted in a plain fashion. Ish Yehudi haya b'Shushan habira ushmo Mordechai ben Yair ben Shim'i ben Kish ish Yemini. And then the next verse is in the mournful chant that we associate with Tisha B'Av, because when the Assyrians were in the process of subjugating the northern kingdom, they first didn't send everybody into exile. What they did was, this is actually a southern kingdom thing from Judea. The Babylonians, a good 10 years before they destroyed the temple, they wanted to essentially neutralize the power structure in Judea. So they took the political leaders and the craftsmen and the artisans and took them into exile in Babylonia. That was under King Yechoniah. And so that verse that is read mournfully, Asher Hogla Mirushalayim Im Hagola Asher Hoglata Im Yechoniah Melech Yehuda Asher Hegla Nebuchadnezzar Melech Bavel. So as we're being introduced in the Megillah to Mordechai, we're told that he was part of the cream of the crop, or his father was, who was removed from Judea in order to undermine the power structure. So in a sense, what we're being told is that he had a pedigree, and he was a special figure who was destined to be a leader one way or the other. I will finish on a lighter note. You've heard that as I refer to the tribes by name, I've sometimes been using their Hebrew names and sometimes the English equivalent. In the early 1990s, when I was pretty new in the insurance business, I had a client who was an Israeli, who had worked his way to the U.S., but spent a few years in Switzerland first. And his first child was born in Switzerland. So his coworkers were aware of this, and they didn't have in their vocabulary to say Mazel Tov, but they said, congratulations, we heard you had a son. What's his name? And so he was thinking in Hebrew and pronouncing it in Hebrew, and he said his name is God. So the response he got was, isn't that a little ambitious? You never know. Okay, thanks very much.
Friends, anybody like to get a brief over a couple of minutes? We'll have Sam begin his next session. And we'll press out materials if anybody would like. If not, we'll begin right away.
Rabbi, here's what I wanted to ask. So, Moshe Israelis.
Yeah, but that's,
Would say, modify
turn it on the shoulder.
the Ashkenazi. What's the problem? And the Jews in Rome, because the Jewish population in Rome going back long before.
Next Friday.
Where?
Not this Friday. How will you gonna show me?
There weren't numerically nothing that it was a Romani, but it's really like tracked by very small fraction of the world's Jews today.
So, and then what about the
As long as you by and large follow the traditions of the original ship, that became authoritative, because it was written in that language.
I would have kept one going. Right.
These little signals that they give.
So I'm going to the synagogue in Rome.
People came from different communities.
So I'm gonna see what I can
In the
do.
old country.
So history teachers
These are
I
our
don't know if
people,
the tradition.
and these are not
Follow
our
the
people.
Ashkenazic practice, which is far greater for what is written.
So I was reading on actually the synagogue's website that they even, so men and women sit separate, but a lot of the traditions don't fit in either, so I'm really kind of intrigued by this. So
Language, at least two tribes. The Cherokee and the Seminole.
well, I'm gonna go Friday night. I'm not- These are modern. Okay, if it wasn't modern,
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to begin the next session.
I went once to the new Indian Museum.
Dave wouldn't sit still for this.
Okay, folks, we're going to begin the next session now, okay?
Yep, for the vegetables.
So,
That's a long question. There's no quick answer to that.
Rabbi,
This is too simple.
my dad's session,
No.
he alluded to the fact that there is no real ritual
Rabbi, did you leave something by my seat?
associated with celebrating Shavuot. Cheesecake, Lintz's dairy. The absence of meat, not dairy per se, just meat absence. Fish, chicken, and tofu only holiday. What we do on Shavuot varies, to say the least. Maybe dairy on the holiday is a minhag associated with the holiday. Putting branches or greenery in a synagogue is a minhag associated with Shavuot. But it hardly rises to the grandeur of just about any of the other holidays. There was a book in the Paris Public Library that we took out for my son, who's 2, called Shavuot, Shavuot, Why Are You So Sad? And there is a, in the book, it's really cute actually. This story is this very sad looking character in a tallis who goes around to the symbols of all the other major holidays and not so major holidays, where they all ask him with big smiles on their faces, Shavuot, Shavuot, why are you so sad? And it's a smiling shofar. It's a smiling lulav and etrog. A smiling Torah, not for Shavuot, but for Simchat Torah. A smiling Chanukiah. A smiling Grager. Smiling matzah. Letting this poor, pathetic little holiday know, you know, maybe there is a good reason for you to be sad.
Great, we'll start banning books for 2 years.
Shavuot, in that regard, gets kind of short shrift compared to many of the other holidays we celebrate during the year. Particularly, of the Shalosh Regalim, the 3 major festivals of the Torah. The Torah describes Pesach and Sukkot as being holidays of 7 days, a full week, and then you tack on to Sukkot the Shmini Atzeret holiday, but we're not going to touch that tonight. Shavuot gets a meager 2 days. However, the Torah also gives a very specific instruction. And it is that unlike the other holidays that are celebrated during the year, the longest build-up, the longest crescendo to any one particular holiday is going to be the crescendo leading up to Shavuot. Even Rosh Hashanah only gets 1 month, right? Leading up to Rosh Hashanah, we get a full month of Elul to ready ourselves. And if you really want to get into the nitty-gritty of the thing, you get the month of Elul plus 10 days to get all the way to Yom Kippur. But even the month of Elul plus 10 hardly gives the same amount of time as what is built up to Shavuot. And that is, of course, Sfirat HaOmer. Sfirat HaOmer, the way it's described in the Torah, doesn't mean a whole lot. Because the way I'm describing this crescendo toward Shavuot, that's not how it's described in the Torah. We have set this period of time up between Pesach and Shavuot to be a build-up to something extraordinarily special, but that's not how the Torah describes what the Sfirah will be. And the way we have observed, and I'm going to use the word observe very loosely here, the period of Sfirat HaOmer has dramatically changed over the course of Jewish history, for reasons we're going to get into. So what does the Torah say about Sfirat HaOmer? Not much. In the section of the Torah describing all the holidays, we have these two psukim. Usfartem lachem b'chorat haShabbat, miyom haviachem et omer hatnufa, sheva Shabbatot tmimot tiena. Usfartem lachem, and you shall count. You have to start this process of counting from the day following the Shabbat. The Shabbat here is not Shabbat like we think of Shabbat with a capital SH, but more from the day after the first celebrated day of Pesach. I'm going to call that day Shabbat for a minute. Just go with me on that one. From that day you will bring an omer, a sheaf of wheat. Sheva Shabbatot Timimot Tiena. You will count 7 Shabbatot, 7 complete Shabbat cycles, or in 2026 parlance, weeks. Right? A Shabbat cycle is but a week. Timimot Tiena. You will count these 7 complete weeks. Ad Nimacharat HaShabbat Hashvi, until the day following the 7th one of these weeks. Tisperu Chamishim Yom, you'll count 50 days. Mikaratem Michach Harashah Adonai, and you will bring another offering to God. So you count wheat for 7 complete weeks. Bring that wheat as an offering of this wheat that you're counting daily to God. And then on the 50th day, you bring God a different sacrifice, but not wheat. A different sacrifice, but not wheat. God's poured of the wheat on the 50th day. And during that time, you're counting. Right? It's not just the act of bringing wheat as a sacrifice to God, but it's the act of actually counting that wheat. We count. Now, the part of the Torah that describes the 49 days, or the 7 complete weeks, is in a different part of the Torah. It's in Vayikra, coming well after the receipt of the Torah following the Exodus from Egypt, which happens in Shemot. Bnei Israel gets, do your Torah history for a second. Bnei Israel is redeemed from Egypt. There's the Exodus. They walk through the desert until they make an encampment. And upon making that encampment and Moshe ascending to Mount Sinai, they then get the Torah in the book of Shemot. Then we wait a whole book of the Torah from the middle of Shemot until the middle of Vayikra, until God says, yes, on the 14th day of the first month, you're going to observe Pesach, which is connected to the Yetziat Mitzrayim, to the Exodus from Egypt. Then you, Usfartem lachem imacharad Shabbat, then you will start counting. And then the Torah describes the holiday of Shavuot. But there's going to be this period of 49 days where you're counting. You're bringing wheat and you're counting. And you're counting. And you're counting. And beyond that, we don't know a great deal about Shavuot. About Sfirat HaOmer, the counting of the Omer. We don't refer to this period of time as the offering of the Omer. We don't think of it as a particularly unique set of offerings. Rather, the period of time is the Sefirah, the period of counting. And there's historical reasons why that might make sense. Think about the Jewish calendar and the concept of the three main festivals, the Shalosh Regalim. People would travel from their homes, wherever those homes were located, to the vicinity of Jerusalem to create for the local Jerusalemite economy this interesting cycle of people coming and going. So people would arrive in the Jerusalem area in the period leading up to the holiday of Rosh Hashanah, which wasn't as major of a festival as we consider it now. They would set up shop in wherever their lodgings would be for the Rosh Hashanah, then Yom Kippur, then Sukkot, all important holidays. And then they would go home to wherever home was to return in the spring in advance of Pesach. And then people would face this conundrum. Do we go home? Does it make sense to travel what could be a period of days or weeks to get to Jerusalem, to then turn around, go home, and come back within the Sefirah period? It's not that, Rabbi Kogan just gave us this very helpful map of where sort of everyone was located in the, most of us, maybe all of us have been in Israel. It's not that big, but if someone told you you needed to walk from the northern parts of Israel to Jerusalem with your family, with the supplies for, with enough supplies to either cook for or enough money to buy the preparations for Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, and Sukkot, including maybe bringing your sukkah, unless you were buying one on site. It's a big trip to set up shop to then decide whether to go home. And same deal with Pesach. You're bringing chametz with you. You're bringing your Pesach dishes on this route to Pesach. And you have to decide whether you're going home. So Sfirat HaOmer functioned as its own little weird way to keep track of time in the in-between. Not much was going on other than the counting of the Omer. The local economy of Jerusalem and different trading patterns and different businesses functioned during the time. It's not like the economy and life stopped, but nonetheless, this period of counting would be Passover and Shavuot functioned as a calendar of import for people to decide where they needed to be in. But that is hardly how we think of Sfirat HaOmer now. The Torah does not give us a lot. There's nothing magical about the number 50. The number 7, of course, in Judaism has great import, and 7 groups of 7 meta import. In terms of, the Sfirat HaOmer is the period of time that we count, that we commemorate, that we think of as the days Bnei Israel were counting and getting themselves ready to get the Torah and for Moshe to ascend toward the receipt of the Torah, toward the revelation itself on Mount Sinai. We do in the Torah and in our halacha and our minhagim have the notion of preparation before doing something very important. Easy examples are, we spend the month of Elul getting ready for Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. We spend a period of days or weeks getting ready, getting our lives ready, and ridding ourselves of chametz to get ready for Pesach. And analogously, we spend this period of 50 days, 49 days in total, 7 complete weeks, and then on the next day, getting ready to receive the Torah. But that's not how we treat Sfirat HaOmer today. We treat Sfirat HaOmer, in fact, not as a celebratory time, a time of bettering ourselves, a time of readying ourselves for whatever awesome power is remembered and observed during Shavuot, literally a holiday whose name comes from the weeks it has taken to get here. Sfirat HaOmer doesn't feel like a meditative retreat to better ourselves. Sfirat HaOmer is a mournfully observed period of 7 weeks, at the end of which we celebrate Shavuot. The whole practice of Sfirat HaOmer, of each night counting one more day, is not necessarily accompanied by Tehillim, Tefillot, something special to help us get ready for the receipt of the Torah. If anything, this period now is marked by great sadness. And if not great sadness, it's marked by different people in different ways through customs that show that rather than being a spiritually uplifting time, it's actually supposed to be a spiritual downer. So how did we get this? How did Sfirat HaOmer in the Torah, which is described as counting, turn into a period marked by no haircuts, no simchas, no shaving for some, no music for some? None of that is the tuning yourself in to get the Torah. And if it is, it's not explicit in any way, shape, or form. So what am I talking about? The Shulchan Aruch gets into some of the specifics. It is customary not to get married between Pesach and Shavuot. Customary. My sister got married between Pesach and Shavuot.
Sore spot even after.
Much to my father's chagrin.
I had to bring it up.
Until Lag BaOmer. The Torah says nothing about Lag BaOmer. We're not going to get too into Lag BaOmer, which is wrapped up in its own host of emotions. Because during the time between Pesach and Shavuot, the students of Rabbi Akiva died. However, during this period of time, you can get engaged, you can get betrothed, and even if someone gets married, we do not punish that person. So that means good. The Ramah, who is the notes in the Shulchan Aruch for Ashkenazim, says that after Lag BaOmer, after the 33rd day of the 49, you can kind of do whatever you need to do. Another custom, it's customary not to cut one's hair until Lag BaOmer, because That's when Rabbi Akiva's students stopped dying. And then there's a whole discussion about if the 33rd day falls out on a Shabbat, and you can't cut your hair on Shabbat, you can cut your hair the day before Shabbat. The custom is to not cut one's hair for all, or at least the vast majority of the Sfirat HaOmer. So Rabbi Akiva's students died. There's a day when they stopped dying. All of a sudden, Sfirat HaOmer turns from counting wheat, bringing offerings, readying ourselves to get the Torah. It has turned, because of the death of Rabbi Akiva's students, into a period where we observe mourning customs, or customs that at least resemble mourning. But this is a different type of mourning than we observe on Tisha B'Av, a different type of mourning than we observe on the 9 days leading up to Tisha B'Av. It's a more relaxed. We're a little bit removed from it. Why? Rabbi Joseph Soloveitchik gave a speech that I found in preparation for tonight that I thought was very profound, certainly, but offers an idea on the connection between the past, the present, and the future. He writes and spoke and said in his speech, "In grammar we operate with 3 tenses, past, present, and future. However, the present can never be isolated and perceived as such. The point of time we call present lies either in the past or in the future. What is past? It's retrospection and recollection. And what is future? Future is anticipation, expectation. What we call present is nothing but the vantage position for which we look either forward or backward. Judaism requires of the Jew that he experience time in its 2 dimensions simultaneously. The halachic approach to time is the experiential memory that reaches out to the future. The Jew not only knows history, he lives history. History to the Jew is not just knowledge of the past, it is re-experiencing, reliving the events that occurred a long time ago. Many mitzvot pursue just one goal, to sustain our awareness of the past and to protect our feelings of closeness to events that transpired long ago. On the other hand, Judaism requires us to re-experience the past. On the other hand, Judaism requires us to pre-experience the future, the as-yet non-real that will become real at some point in time. To exist as a Jew means to be at the juncture of past and future, at the non-real any longer, and the non-real as yet. Our mission is to engage in retrospection and anticipation, in recollection and expectation. When one counts, one ushers in a continuum. At any position in which you find yourself counting, you have to be aware of 2 things: of the preceding position and the following position. For instance, we counted last night, Lamed Gimel Ba'omer, 33 days in the Omer. However, we could not have arrived at this position from nowhere, ex nihilo. When we say Lamed Gimel, 33, we ipso facto state that this position is preceded by 32 previous positions. At the same time, however, we also know that 33 is not the last station. From here, we'll move to additional positions. In other words, any act of counting embraces retrospection as well as anticipation. And that is why Sfirah, counting, is so prominent in the Halakha. Our experience of counting is rooted, therefore, in the past and in acknowledging that something is about to come next. At any point in our Sfirat HaOmer, if you think about how we count Sfirat HaOmer, we never say, tonight is the X night, until we actually make the bracha. we remind ourselves of what happened the day before so that we can experience tonight with the bracha in the moment, with the awareness that it exists as a day in a much larger counting. And our experience of doing Sfirat HaOmer, of engaging in Sfirat HaOmer, rooted in this count that the Torah commands, also demands of us to acknowledge that this period of time, although significant toward Bnei Yisrael's readiness to receive the Torah, is rooted in great tragedy that befell those who were the students of Rabbi Akiva during that time. What happened to Rabbi Akiva's students? Why are they so prominent? And why are they so connected to this moment, the in-between of Pesach and Shavuot? V'haya ha'olam shamem, ad sheba Rabbi Akiva etzel rabotenu shebedarom, u'shana'ah lahem, Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Elazar, ben Shamua, vehem hem ha'emitu Torah ota sha'ah, Tana, kulam metu mipesach ve'ad atzeret. Amar Rav Chama bar Abba ve'itema Rabbi Chaya bar Avi. Kulam metu mitara. Maihi Amar Rav Nachman askara. What happened? The world, the Talmud teaches us, was desolate of Torah until Rabbi Akiva came to the rabbis of the south, where there were great houses of study, and taught Torah to disciples, including names we're familiar with: Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Elazar, and Shemua. The people who, as students of Rabbi Akiva, upheld great study of Torah. Many of Rabbi Akiva's students died as a result of a plague or as a result of a great illness that befell them. And the Talmud teaches us that even though many of Rabbi Akiva's students did not survive because of Rabbi Akiva's greatness of coming to the south to teach others, people were still able to continue the transmission of Torah, of tradition, in the future. The Midrash, not the Midrash, the explanation of what occurred is that Rabbi Akiva had thousands of students who perished. It is taught that all of them died in the period from Pesach to Shavuot. The Talmud says that they died a mitara'ah, a bad death. And the reason or the explanation of what a bad death is diphtheria. There is something horrible that befell the many thousands of students of Rabbi Akiva during this period of time. The Gemara and other stories about what happened to the students of Rabbi Akiva say that some of it relates to their engaging in a certain amount of inter-student hate, gossip, lashon hara. But regardless of the reason of their passing, the Talmud points very specifically to the fact that the period of time outlined in the Torah as the counting of the 50 days, that is the period of time when all of these students tragically died. And that memory of what happened to Rabbi Akiva students forever changes how we think of this period of time. Because rather than focus on the counting of 50 days, rather than the offerings of wheat that are a part of our readying, our preparation for the receipt of the Torah, now our attention is drawn not only to our past, to the receipt of the Torah, but very much the present, these moments of thinking about the students of Rabbi Akiva and the Talmud reminding us that what happened in a very specific and limited period of time. Something about this period of time and the counting during this period of time is memorable for another reason, and that is because of this special day during Sfirat HaOmer called Lag BaOmer, the 33rd day of the Omer. This 33rd day is very special. This 33rd day is very special. The Torah ascribes it zero import. Halachically, the 33rd day of the Omer has zero import. And yet, it holds great weight in our count. Because, if you flip to page 4, you look in the middle of the page, this is an explanation on the section of the Talmud that we were just reading. And I'll just read from the English. They said about Rabbi Akiva that he had 12,000 pairs of students, and they all died in one period of time because they did not treat each other with respect. And the world was desolate of Torah until Rabbi Akiva came to the rabbis in the south and taught them what we read before. It is mentioned here that these earlier students all died from Pesach until Shavuot. But it is a tradition in the hands of the Geonim that the dying stopped on the day of Lag BaOmer. So as a result of that, we are accustomed not to fast on it. We are also accustomed as a result of that not to marry a woman for Pesach only until that time. So the day of Lag BaOmer takes on a tremendous amount of import because if we're going to go out of our way to not have celebrations, such as weddings, and we're going to go out of our way to mark this period of time without haircuts, a day on which we can do all of those things becomes extraordinarily special. Because in a moment of sadness and in a moment of devastation, all of a sudden there was a day without devastation. And it sets us up for far more positivity moving forward. This again is rooted in this idea of the present moment in time always being connected to the past and simultaneously with an eye toward the future. Yom Lamed Gimel HaOmer, your best simcha, one should add, one has more joy on Lag BaOmer. Lichvod Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Huh? We just got done talking about Rabbi Akiva and his students not dying on Lag BaOmer. So we went from the Torah telling us to count wheat to the Gemara telling us that during the period of the counting of the wheat, we need to be very sad. But we can stop being as sad on the 33rd day of the counting of the wheat because no one died that day. And then, all of a sudden, this 33rd day that the Torah had nothing special about, the Talmud had a lot special about, we get even more special on the 33rd day. We should treat the 33rd day with an extra amount of respect, extra amount of joy, not because there was no death, but instead because of Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai. Why? Kihu Yoma Dehalula Diyala, as it is the day of his memory. Benodea sheritzono hu sheyismechu b'yom zeh kiyadua l'maaseh Rabbi Avraham Halevi, Yisrael Rafa, u'maasim aferim asher shamanu v'nit'am mipom Rabbanan Kadish. It is known that Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai wanted us to rejoice on that day. How do we know that? This is the custom of this time as passed down to us. There's one who was accustomed to engaging in study on the night of the 33rd day of the Omer to teach the praises of Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai that are scattered in the Zohar and other sources. And that's a nice custom. Something special, something significant, something of great import happened with Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai. So what happened? This is in the next source. And we'll just do it in English. Related to this is what our sages of blessed memory taught. When Rabbi Akiva was imprisoned, Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai said to him, "My master, teach me Torah. If not, I will speak to my father Yochai to hand you over to the government." These words are extremely baffling that Rabbi Shimon would say such things to his teacher, that he would hand him over to the government. And it is most likely that when his teacher Rabbi Akiva refused to teach him, his intentions were certainly positive. Besides, he was already in prison. What further could he hand him over? What a strange story about Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai. Something very special occurred between these two men. For context, for historical context, there was a great revolt in On. Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai led Jews in a extraordinary series of battles, resulting in a victory on Lag BaOmer. We celebrate and remember that on Lag BaOmer. But this very strange interaction occurred where even Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai had to come to Rabbi Akiva when Rabbi Akiva was sitting in prison, requesting to be taught Torah. And not only did he say, "I won't teach you Torah," but we're supposed to understand that his, Rabbi Akiva's, intentions in giving that response were positive, were pure, were good. We have gotten so far from what the Torah said about this period of time that the Sfirat HaOmer and Lag BaOmer itself doesn't even resemble the counting that we're supposed to be doing. And yet, this only makes sense in terms of how we observe and keep this period of time if we're keeping very careful track. If we're keeping very careful count to get to this special 33rd day, and frankly, the 33rd day of a predefined, limited period of time as specified in the Torah. So even though the meaning of the Sefirah wasn't clear when it was initially handed to us, and has certainly taken on a life of its own, we can only have the life of its own that we have today by keeping the count. by keeping on top of it. And even though what the Sfirat HaOmer of right now looks like is very different than the lack thereof in the Torah, Rabbi Soloveitchik's words about Jews existing in both the past and future simultaneously by way of the present allows for that change to happen and allows for there to be a continuous connection between the Sfirah as given to us in the Torah, Usfartem Lachen, all the way to the tragedies of Rabbi Akiva, the victories of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, the lack of death on Lag BaOmer. All of these pieces become intertwined. I'll end with this. Even though there is no specific observance that marks Shavuot, there's a lot of customs that we started off by just tossing out and listening. And even though we have all of these customs, dairy, special decorations, even Tikkun Leil Shavuot, there is no ritual associated with Shavuot itself. Because of the lack of ritual, we've made up customs in order to get ready for Shavuot. So it raises a question. Why did the Torah not provide any rituals? Why is there nothing to do to get on Shavuot? I was talking to my dad about this earlier. There's a rabbi in New York City at a synagogue I used to attend on the Upper East Side, KJ, whose rabbi is Chaim Steinmetz. And Rabbi Steinmetz wrote a very good pre-Shavuot message. He quotes this year, I took the words right from him, Rabbi David Tzvi Hoffman, who explains that Shavuot commemorates the giving of the Torah, writing, no symbolic ritual is established for the festival of Shavuot to commemorate the revelation at Sinai. And there's good reason for this. The revelation at Sinai cannot be captured in any physical symbol. Rather, the people of Israel are meant to take to heart that they saw no form on the day the Lord spoke to a Choreb in the midst of the fire, lest they fall into the illusion of making an idol or image of God. Our need for ritual, our experience of celebrating and observing Shavuot, of celebrating and observing the period of time between Pesach and Shavuot, it comes from a very deep-seated human need to mark occasions in time and space. But the lack of ritual, the lack of observance, the lack of specificity, even if it makes us uncomfortable, perhaps we need to lean into that discomfort. Because when we look at how far we've come from Usfartem Lachem, perhaps we need to refocus on just the counting and on just the keeping track. So even if we have our routine, even if we have our well-established traditions of mourning during this time, there's something to be said for just counting and thinking about how we get back to that in the midst of everything that we do.
I have a question.
Are people getting tired, or people?
I'm exhausted.
Time to call it a night?
Call it a night.
Call it a night. Oh, too bad. Too bad. So I'm just gonna talk to myself like I normally do. Not only that, but I'm gonna laugh at my own jokes.
Tomorrow morning.
I want to thank you all. I see people are getting a little antsy, late, so we're just gonna do some of the things. We'll just ask folks if they wouldn't mind, if you have just another minute of fight left in you. We're gonna bring some of the stuff into the kitchen, put the stuff in the refrigerator away, and then, security guard will lock up for tonight.
I have a question.
Yes.
So, from Sam's, source sheet, from Leviticus, so it says, you shall count off 7 weeks, and then you must count until the day after the 7th week, 50 days. So so you're counting weeks and then days, but then when we count Sfirah HaOmer, we count days, and then we say the weeks. Like, don't you use, because, I mean, I guess maybe I've been doing too much Daf Yomi, because everything I'm seeing, well, no, because a lot of the times whether it's in the when they cite from the Talmud, what their proof text is like the order in which things occur in the Torah.
Right.
That's why the rabbis ruled the way they did. So then why, if it says weeks and then how many days, that we actually count the opposite way?
A little late. So I'm not sure if I have an answer for that for tonight.
That's okay.
But I just know that the way that we count the days, and then like, so how many days and how many weeks, how many days, it's just a formula that I'm used to from the Sidurim. So I'm not sure I have an answer for tonight. I'll try to get to it, okay, because it's a little bit late, and as you well know, I'm not a real late owl, but
Oh, I know.
it's a very good question. I'm just not sure I have a good answer for you tonight. Sorry, Don, I just don't.
Oh, no, that's okay. That's okay.
For next year, see, getting late, for next year,
Yeah.
instead of 4 sessions, I'm just gonna tell from the beginning, 3 sessions, because last 3 years in a row, after the 3rd session was when people said you had enough.
I noticed that the fourth topic was a rerun. Was a rerun that
Yeah, because I haven't got to it.
hadn't been
Yeah,
read.
so I just redeveloped it for this year. By the way, this year was even much better than last year.
Oh, I'm sure it was.
So, you know, next year we're gonna lead with that one.
I see. Very good.
Thank you all for joining us tonight. I appreciate everybody being with us.
Yeah, everything's out.
Nice to help us see you all tomorrow morning and on Shabbat morning at 9:30. And lots of math.
Have you been to the old American Indian Museum in Harlem?
No, the only one I was ever at was one in Lower Manhattan, kind of all the way downtown, near where the Jewish.
Yeah, no, that's the old custom house.
Mm-hmm, that's right.
I was there when it was the custom house. But I went to that museum once. I won't return to it because it became so politically correct, that museum, compared to when it was up in
Perhaps
Harlem.
when I was there, and this goes back about 10 years ago, I don't remember any over-the-top politicization of anything. Somebody was telling a very compelling story about American Indian. But me, like my larger point is like I not only understood it in the moment, but also as an allegory of what it was like at the time of the destruction of the Second Temple.
It was the elimination of a lot of exhibits. And the question is,
So I'll take care of it tomorrow. I just want to make sure, I just want to show the refrigerator.
Yeah, that's it.
how you judge what is exhibited. Because back when the